All right, it looks like we are ready to go.
Okay.
Going live. We're ready.
Okay. I am calling to order the May 24th, 2021 regular meeting of the Tipp City Board of Education, and we are going to start with the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Dave, we're ready for the roll?
Okay,
Trying to get my system saved.
excuse me, Madam President, it's hard, can you ask the door to be closed?
Right, thank you, Joellen. It is hard to hear. Thank you. Thank you. Go ahead, Dave. Attendance?
My computer is.
Oh, frozen?
Give me 1 moment.
Okay. It is loud, it is loud.
It's maybe a good idea, because I think it's still distracting.
Yeah, it's hard to hear.
We maybe use the number.
I will let Mr. Stefanik handle that.
It's going to be item C on the agenda, so I think it'll be over
Okay, I am ready for roll call.
introduction.
Go ahead.
President Dunaway,
Here?
Vice President Zakor,
Here.
Mrs. Dahl,
Here,
Mrs. Heatherly,
present.
Mr. Patrick.
Here.
All present accounted for, Madam President, there is a quorum and the meeting can continue.
Thank you. Looking for approval of the meeting agenda.
I'll make a motion.
Is there a second?
Is this the entire, or does this includes the consent agenda as well?
So once we get a second, then we can talk about
Okay.
Yeah.
what to pull out.
I'll second that.
Looking, okay, so we have a motion and a second, Mrs. Heatherly and Mrs. Zakor. Is there any discussion?
Yes, I would like to pull out item Z.
Okay, Dave, Z is the T grant acceptance. So can we add that to new business item E? E like elephant? Corinne, Mrs. Dollar, are there any other consent agenda items that you would like to move?
No, that was my only one.
Okay, does anybody else have anything?
I'd like to pull out H, treasurer hire.
Oh, good one, yes.
Okay. Anything else, Mrs. Sutherland?
There is a contradiction on the agenda that I think we should probably clarify, so we should probably pull out E, resignations
Okay,
with, let me find it.
yeah, go ahead. I didn't notice anything.
K.
Okay, supplemental
Oh.
staff, there's a contradiction there.
Yes, that would have been a good idea to put that in a Friday board update, so thank you for that.
Well, we could just discuss it.
Yeah,
Put it.
great,
there
yeah,
when
great
it
point.
Should we just say what it is now and just leave them in the consent agenda?
Don't,
Never mind.
Yeah, just go ahead, and pull it, it's cleaner.
Any other changes?
Yes, I have one.
Go ahead, Mrs. Zakor.
I'd like to pull out CC, Montgomery County Education Service contract, as well as DD, Miami County ESC contract.
Got it, CC and DD, Dave. So all of those will be moved to new business. Does anybody else have anything? We're good? Okay, ready for the vote, Dave. And then everyone can just refresh give Dave a few minutes, and then if you refresh, you'll see all of those under new business.
Okay. Just making a note in the change.
Go ahead. Don't feel rushed. We'll get it right.
So we have. I'm going to start moving everything. Let's take the vote on this first. Heatherly,
Mrs. Heatherly, yeah, Mrs. Heatherly, Mrs. Dell.
Yes.
I thought it was Heatherly and Zakor.
Oh, sorry, thank you.
Heatherly,
Yes.
Zakor,
Yes.
Dahl,
Yes.
Dunaway.
Yes,
Patrick.
Yes.
motion carries. Item 2A, committee,
But now I gotta move everything.
oh, take
That
your
was just to
time.
get the vote in.
Yep, take your time.
How do you refresh? You just go out
I-
and come back in?
I go out and come back in. Like that refresh button never works for me for some reason. But I won't refresh it until we get further down because then I can't have my agenda.
I win, Mark. I win. Okay, so that was treasurer hire, resignations, supplemental staff, TED grant acceptance, and the 2 ESC contracts.
I think that's right.
Okay. These two actions. All right. Hit the refresh button.
Refresh.
All of those items are now down at the bottom.
Great, thank you. Okay,
Thank you for bearing with me on that.
you're good. Okay, item 2A, committee reports, which is the Miami Valley CTC meeting minutes. And I also wanted to add that Mr. Gilmore and Mr. Stefanik did attend graduation. Item 3A, superintendent and assistant superintendent comments. That's you, Mr. Stefanik.
Thank you, Ms. Dunaway. Also, just a quick piece back on 2A. Just an announcement for the board that Tipp City was fortunate to have one of the salutatorians at the MVCTC graduation as well. So
Wonderful.
congratulations to our salutatorian and congratulations for the Tipp schools. All right, with pleasure, I would like to bring back a tradition that goes back pre-pandemic, where the board gets a chance to meet some of the new hires that either were approved at the last meeting, the work session, or ones that are on tonight's agenda. And so we're pleased to have them here out in the lobby. And I'll go to the door here and call them one at a time. They can come in and you can say hi and you can put a name with a face. Yes.
Oh, there we are. Finally.
It refreshed. You should see it now.
Yeah. Okay. Right.
Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me pleasure to introduce Kelsey Kirschner. She is going to be a new kindergarten teacher at Nevin Coppic. She just completed a student teaching assignment early in the year at Nevin Coppic and then was a long-term sub for us until just last week, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so she spent most of the year helping us out in kindergarten, and so impressed the staff that she's ready to get started as one of the regular staff next year.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Yeah, heard many wonderful things about you, so welcome to Tip City Schools.
Thank you. I'm really excited to be here. So, Mr. Stefanik said it all. So, I'll do my spiel.
You're welcome
They
to
told me you were
say
supposed to have a speech. They said I was supposed to have a speech.
You're welcome to say whatever you want.
No, that's
Okay.
And she had an interesting student teaching experience. Franklin University was the helping university,
Yes.
or
Yeah.
what was
So
the first university?
I was at Urbana University and they closed right when COVID happened. But Franklin had bought them a few years ago, and I was fortunate enough to be able to finish because I only had a semester left. But it was stressful times.
Yes, yeah.
But it was okay.
So that's how we were introduced. She said Franklin University was pinch hitting for Urbana to let her finish her program, and so good for her.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I'm gonna send you this way.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Yes, a good idea. Have a great summer.
Thank you.
Ms. Ashley. How are you? This is Ashley Gifford. She is, you've already hired her once, back in the beginning of the year. Actually, twice, maybe twice, okay.
Yeah.
And so she's going to be a new third grade teacher at Broadway Elementary. Way back in the beginning of the year, somebody had an accident and needed a long-term sub
That's right.
in her
She came in
classroom.
as Mrs. Junker and did a phenomenal job.
So she started right out of the gate, the first part of the school year, and was Mrs. Junker, and that's a tough set of shoes to fill.
Yes, it is.
And so the two of them started to almost team teach via Zoom.
That's
And
nice.
take care of the classroom a couple days a week.
That is great.
And then when Mrs. Junker came back, we were in need of a title person at Broadway.
Wonderful.
She was on the agenda again, and you approved her as a title person, one of our 100-day contracts. Is that what it is? Or 110 days? 110 days. And so she jumped into that and finished out that program for us. And then she decided to interview. And she liked it so much at Broadway,
That's
she
awesome.
wanted to stay. And again, very impressed. The staff was very impressed and decided to make her one of their own.
Thank you for
Interview.
welcome. Yeah, welcome.
Thank you, welcome again.
Okay.
All right, thank you guys. Have a great summer.
You too.
Gentlemen, this is Rita Potter. Rita Potter comes to us to help fill, again, some very big shoes in the Family and Consumer Science Department. And so we were excited to find a veteran that knows all about family and consumer science. And I'll let you expand on this, but Rita not only teaches family and consumer science, but she's kind of a presence statewide, doing some professional development and some leadership roles in a Family Consumer and Science Association.
I'd say that's probably accurate.
Okay, I don't have the whole resume memorized, but those are things that came out. So again, we have an experienced person, and Rita, if you want to share anything with the board.
So this will be technically year 22 for me for Family Consumer Science. But technically it started in high school. I was an FCCLA state officer in high school, and that's kind of where my journey began. I've helped write all of the web exams that high school students will be taking. I've helped write all of the curriculum that is family consumer science. And I've been on lots of boards, and so yeah, I love it. It's wonderful, and it's totally me. So kind of live and breathe it. So
Yeah.
So we always talk about, teachers become masters inside their own classroom, and then the outreach to help their peers, and Rita has lived that.
yeah, I do. I live and breathe it. It's my kind of thing. So, so I'm super excited to be here.
Welcome, thank you.
Thank you.
Super excited, and I can tell you're excited,
I am.
which makes me just, over the moon. So
Yeah.
Welcome to Tip City.
Thank you.
That was
I'm
wonderful.
super excited to be here. I'm excited to get started, and we've kind of talked about FCCLA being part of their classroom, but it won't be after I start. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. So.
Thanks for coming.
No problem. Thank you for having me.
Next week. Have a great
You
summer.
too. You too.
Yeah. I knew there was a reason we had two doors in this thing. Right, it makes sense. Who knew?
Hello, everybody.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Thomas Williams. And in our highly competitive search for a math teacher at Tippecanoe High School, Thomas came out as our selected candidate. Once again, somebody with more than 15 years experience teaching high school math. And we're excited that he's chosen to join us. Thomas, anything else you would like to tell the board?
17 years experience, all at Ottawa Glandorf High School, a little bit up north. Coach girls basketball up there, so you might have heard our name for that success, but I'm more proud of what I do in the classroom, and I look forward to bringing that down here. Do you guys have any questions for me?
Are you gonna miss the lake this summer? Because you're from, is it the, I'm from that area. Is it the Golden Bears or the Green Bears? Ottawa, no?
Different Ottawa.
Okay.
There's a few Ottawas around.
Okay.
Ottawa Glandorf has cornfields.
Okay.
No water.
I'm thinking of what other, that's the Golden Bears and the Green Bears.
Yeah, we're the Titans.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
So sorry, I interrupted your question, but
Okay, with math classes.
Right now I teach Algebra 2 in geometry. I'm coming down here to teach Algebra 1 in geometry.
awesome.
So material I'm very comfortable with and looking forward to.
Super exciting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Welcome, thank you.
Welcome.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Welcome.
Thanks, guys.
Appreciate it, Tom.
Yep.
Enjoy your summer.
I'm gonna try.
Okay. I'm gonna have to look that up now. Ottawa Green Bears or Golden Bears? I gotta look that up. That's gonna drive me crazy now. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Kristen Owens. Comes to us to fill English language arts opening at Tippecanoe High School. So once again, another veteran, 10 years experience teaching high school. So we love the experience coming into Tip City.
Absolutely.
Like to share anything with the board?
Sure. This is, I'm Kristen Owens. This is actually year 15, but I don't get some of these years because I've been out of state. I love teaching and I'm excited to be a part of the district. Right now I teach at Bethel. I've been there for 5 years. And I'm excited to make the switch.
Super exciting. Thank you so much.
Excited to have you.
And what was she teaching again, Laura?
English.
ELA.
Are you at the high school?
High school,
yeah.
high school.
Welcome, thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thanks.
Have a great summer.
You too.
I'm ready for summer. 90 degrees, it just makes me think of summer. I'm ready for summer. Hello, everybody.
Hello. Can I take my mask down to introduce myself? I'm Holly Alexander. I'm the new school counselor at the middle school. I'm really excited. I'm currently at Fairborn City Schools. I've been in education for 9 years and children's services for 4 prior to that. Live in Troy. I'm excited to be close to home. Really excited to be a Red Devil.
Wonderful. Welcome to Tip City. Super exciting.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Nice meeting you guys.
Thanks for coming. Yeah, schedules. Welcome. She took my speech for me.
That's great. That is great.
That's our group. Again, the first 3 have already been on.
We have one more employee?
Nice to meet you.
You missed an employee?
Yeah, she's sitting right here.
Right over here. Yeah, that's right.
Oh.
Yeah, she wanted to stand up there?
This is my turn.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dave, get in there.
I'm happy to introduce my replacement. This is Michelle Fox. She is coming to us.
Melanie.
Dang it, I'm confusing her with payroll
You
already.
said Michelle and I said, I've been calling her the wrong name. I've been calling her
It's
Melanie.
Melanie. You still have to forgive me. I'm already confusing her with Michelle
Yeah.
and payroll. So this is Melanie Fox. She's coming to us from Northridge. She was where she was previously the assistant treasurer, and before that payroll position. So Melanie and I have been sitting together for the past week, and today was her first full day, and she's been just sucking up all the information that I can throw at her. So I'd like to welcome her, and I believe this is her husband. She's Jordan. So I'm going to turn it over to her. Thank you.
I'm just very happy to be here with Tipp City and my home district and close to home and take on this responsibility for you all. And I'm just looking forward to starting my career here. Of course, I've been in the treasurer's office for 13 years and got the background, but I'm just glad to be here with all you folks. And I'm excited for this. Work hard, and so I feel like I'm where I'm meant to be. So I'm really
That's
excited.
so wonderful.
I'm excited to start, the half days last week, and things been great. Getting me familiar with all the processes here in the treasurer's office. So, and Jordan, we're from Tipp, so our kids are in the schools, and so it's going to be a great thing.
And you guys graduated from Tipp as well? Both Tipp?
So Peyton went.
Tips home.
Tipp's home.
Wow. Peyton, well, yeah, my oldest did. He's 19 now at OU. And then, of course, I got Jacob. So his boys were in Sydney.
Yeah.
But Jordan himself went to Tipp.
Yeah, I thought you just said that, yeah.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
His brothers, and they grew up in Tipp City. So anyway,
So-
I was happy to be here, and I think the transition with Dave's gonna work out great, and he's been very helpful. So
Melanie, I want to personally thank you because you went above and beyond. And I really need to send a thank you to your previous employer. It was just such a professional, wonderful courtesy for them to be so gracious in allowing you to come here right away. I think that says a lot about the climate and culture of Northridge and the employees that you work with. And I can't stress that enough. So thank you to you. And also, I need to get a thank you note out. I'll get with you to the appropriate people at Northridge, because that was exceptional. That all of that happened
I will certainly share that.
as it did. So I appreciate that.
They are very supportive of me, and
Obviously,
have learned a lot. And the treasurer that I was first under was Mary Hellier. Of course, she's from Tipp too, and she worked with Joe here.
okay,
Of
nice.
course, she's retired, and then Jenna moved in. But it's been a great adventure, and I'm just happy to be here.
Thank you very much.
So it's a welcome and a welcome home.
Yeah. Oh, that's nice. That's nice.
Thank you all.
Nice meeting you.
Nice meeting you.
Welcome, thank you.
She has to stay, but you're welcome to leave.
I'm wondering, I've been waiting step by step.
No, we're keeping her. This is her first day.
Fair enough, fair enough.
Oh,
Nice meeting you.
thank you. Nice meeting you. Have a great evening.
You too. Bye.
He's like, are you coming with me? No, I'm staying. Oh, that's wonderful.
Is that it?
Okay, Mr. Stefanik, do you have anything else? It says personnel, but do you have anything else under superintendent comments?
At this time.
Okay,
So, thank you.
great. Okay, so we will move on to item 4A, which is citizen comments. Does anybody, do you have the list, Mrs. Robbins? Thank you. All righty. Oh, yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Perfect. 5 minutes each.
And your sign.
Yeah, Mr. Thank you.
That's fine, Mr. Spelling.
Yep, so I'll start when you start.
Dave does the timers.
All right.
So, thank you, Mrs. Bone. I know you've been here before.
Yes.
We need you to state your name, address, and if there is a group affiliation. And also, did you sign the 0169.1 policy and give it to Mr. Stevens?
I did do that. My name
Okay.
is Kathy Bone, 890 Michaels Road, Tipp City, Ohio. I am not affiliated with anyone.
Thank you. And did you understand the rules as they were stated on the sheet?
Yes, I did.
Wonderful. And do you understand you cannot say the name of a person or a position with limited people in it? For instance, you can't say,
What if they don't work here anymore?
It's, personally identifiable.
Right.
as
For instance, you
involved.
can't say treasurer because we only have one treasurer. If you were to say principal, we have 5 principals. So if it's, yeah, you cannot say the name of a person or a position if
Even if
it's
they're
the
gone.
only, yeah, if there's only one person in that position. Does that make sense?
It does.
Okay, so we will give you 5 minutes. Mr. Stevens will start the timer. Thank you.
Thank you. A few weeks ago, I wrote an op-ed for the Tipp Gazette that still hasn't been published regarding the cry of the concerned citizens, as they call themselves. After non-publication, I sent it to all board members and Mr. Stefanik. If you read it, you know how I feel, and I'm sure I'm not the only one in this town that feels this way regarding this sickening public atrocity. The lead-in at the last school board meeting of the concerned citizens asked for the resignation of 2 board members was a student with a story of how open enrollment was an issue with him, and his friends felt like they were being hunted down. I have to wonder who his friends are. Could they be the students in one area in Tipp City that a friend told me watches at least 10 kids get dropped off at relatives' homes to go to school here? With that in mind, a board member on the last ballot for an open board seat, I also feel I also feel that our teachers have too many students in their classroom and they are unable to teach our students in the manner that we have come to expect at Tipp City schools, end quote. Although this person does always vote for open enrollment. I guess this person isn't very honest. Now, the real reason I believe the concerned citizens are in an uproar is because the board members they want to oust are the most truthful board members we have had in a long time. They do their homework on issues and listen to citizens who have concerns about their kids and tax dollars. These concerned citizens want them off the board so they can get new board members to push the taxpayers to fund the rest of the stadium because Tipp Pride has not done its job. I hope you all received the emails I sent you with the tax forms attached for 2017, 18, and 19 for Tipp Pride. There were and probably still are a few good people involved with Tipp Pride, but for the most part, we could talk about all the backdoor dealings and underhanded people that were involved with Tipp Pride, but I have limited time to talk and most of them are on the concerned citizens list. I received a phone call last year. Someone heard there was a Tipp Pride meeting at the local watering hole, which required a membership card to get inside. Right there tells you the meetings are not really open to the public. That night, I also heard a quote about a member that I can't say his name, but he was only brought in here for 2 reasons: to get the stadium in the park and fundraising started. And that was quoted, his name and her name. There are many times Tipp Pride went to the city for variances on sign and such and to ask for money. One such encounter happened on December 22nd, 2018, and a council member said, quote, "The bulk of this is supposed to be privately funded and they're slowly inching their way into public funding," end quote. Most recently, at the May 17th meeting of the Monroe Township Trustees, a Tipp Pride representative whose name is on this concerned citizen list as well, asked the trustees if they would support a levy for the stadium. Quote, "We have hit a brick wall." Then she blamed it all on the school board. Keep in mind that this is a school board that Tipp Pride wanted to butt out of their dealings. The same school board that they stopped reporting to about updates on money raised or stadium work. I wonder how all the donors feel. I wonder if the stadium ever made it to the levy. Do the donors get their money back or is their pledge money still collected? The Tipp Foundation pledged $75,000 over 10 years. Is that money still going to come in for the project? Some of that very leadership board is also on the concerned citizens list. I believe this is the whole reason behind these citizens' actions. As I stated before, they're trying to get rid of board members who they know will not stand behind a levy that most of Tipp was not going to support in the first place. There was an overbuild of Tipp High School, and knowing the school board was going to come and ask for more money for new elementary schools, the stadium project was supposed to be privately funded. These people only want school board members who will rubber stamp their requests for taxpayer money and pay for their failed attempt to secure the funds for the stadium. I don't always agree with everything that every board member here does, but I do appreciate that there is debate, open debate. I don't like the squabbling I see, but I stand behind each and every one of you. You were elected to the positions you're in. I expect you to sit in those positions until you don't want to anymore, don't want to run again. And I don't expect people to run you out of your positions just because they have, I won't call it what I want to call it, but just because they have a hair up their rear is basically it. I don't think they should be targeting any of you for anything that you do. And like I said, if you read my email that I sent about the op-ed from the Tipp Gazette that never got printed, that also stated that I don't always agree with all of you. I'm never going to agree with all of you. But I think we have to have open debate.
we have to have everybody listened to, everybody. And that's from the top down. But I believe these concerned citizens are all out for TPA. So that's all I have to say, except Mr. Stefanik, if you ever want to sit down with TPA, here's my big fat
You
notebook.
got the notebook? Okay.
I have a big fat notebook on them, and I also have a bag of financials
Okay.
that I have literally pulled myself from places. So if you ever want to know what they're really about, call me.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank you all, and have a good evening.
Thank you.
And thank you for your service.
Thank you.
All of you.
Appreciate that. Yeah.
Thank you, Liz.
Good. Yeah, hi. Did you sign your sheet? Your citizen comment sheet?
I have it, I'll sign.
Okay, it's okay, as long as Liz has it and it's signed.
It's not signed yet.
Okay,
but I'll
yeah, go ahead and
sign
sign it. And then we just need you to state your name, address, and if there is a group affiliation. And then when you read the citizen comment sheet, did you understand the rules as they were stated?
Yes.
Wonderful. Do you understand you cannot say the name of a person or a position if the position has limited people in it? For instance, you can't say treasurer because we only have one treasurer.
Right,
Okay,
right.
thank you. And then when you're done, Mr. Stevens will give you 5 minutes.
Okay.
I'll just wait for you to start. Very much.
Well, my name is Linda Aris, 805 Pinehurst Drive, Tipp City. I'm not representing anyone, just myself. And the purpose of coming today is just, first of all, it was good to see a lot of the people that I worked with outside. We got a chance to talk and catch up, and that is really neat. I worked for Tipp City Schools for 30 years, just a little bit shy of 30 years. And for those that are watching or maybe been watching a lot of the stuff that's going on, I just want to say that our district is not diminished at all. We are a great district. We always have been, and we will continue to be. And I think even with some of the negative stuff, it's because people care and they want to have excellence continue in our school district. And sometimes we have to get together and decide what that's going to look like and stand up for it. And I don't think that's bad. No matter what side of issues that you're on, I think it's great that people are keeping up with the issues and watching the board meetings and going back and looking at things. I think that's awesome. And that they're talking about those things. That's part and parcel of what makes this such a great district, is that people care enough to be involved. Personally, I just want to say that I thank all of you for the time and the effort that you put into this. And I mean that by, it doesn't matter what side or who you believe or who you agree with, it's just that serving anywhere in today's world is tough business. And I want to thank you from my heart for stepping up to do that, to putting your families aside, your time aside. We're grateful for that. And I really believe that we can get to a better place than we are right now with certain things. And so I don't know if a lot of you know this or not, but I've been pastoring in Tipp City for almost 6 years. And we had the wonderful blessing of being able to buy the old St. John's church here in town. And just about every time I watch the meetings or I hear what's going on, I just think, you know, I just want to cover you in the Lord's grace.
I want you to know that it takes strength to do what you're doing. It takes strength to serve on the levels that you're agreeing to serve on. God bless you and God keep you. And you need to know that there is nothing bigger than God in this room, that there is a common ground here. If we will humble ourselves, if we will seek the Spirit, we will get beyond this for our children and our community. So thank you very much for everything you are doing. God bless you and continue to rain His peace, His joy, His love on each of you and your families.
Amen.
Amen.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mrs. Ayers, for that appreciation.
Thank you.
Means a lot to me. Appreciate it. It's nice to be thanked for service. Very much.
Need to have the next person ready.
Yeah, it's taking kind of too long between people.
Either one can wait inside.
And then
The
that's-
next can wait inside.
Sign sheet, Dave?
You got it.
Okay. Thank you for coming in, Mrs. Weber. We just need you to state your name and address and if you have a group affiliation. Did you understand the rule sheet that you just signed and gave Mr.?
I do, and I do not have any affiliation.
Okay, thank
My
you.
name is Karen Weber. I live at 517 Flagstone Way, Tipp City, Ohio.
One more question, I'm sorry.
Sure.
Do you understand you cannot say the name of a person or a position if that position has limited people in it?
I understand, and I understand that.
Okay, thank you. Dave Stevens will give you 5 minutes.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Karen Weber. I've been a resident for Tipp City almost 40 years, as well as a teacher in the district for 14 years. Even though I am retired, I continue to follow the issues facing the district. I will add that I was optimistic with the makeup of the school board with the drive to formulate a plan to address the issues, to have a focus on planning, accountability, and transparency. And I was, and I continue to expect what you all proposed to do and accomplish as part of the Board of Education. With watching the board meetings since August of 2020, I was genuinely concerned on how the district was going to get the students back in the classroom during the COVID situation. We were sending students back to school with masks while meeting socially distanced guidelines. The other reason for my interest in the meetings was to get an update on the plan of the district to move forward on planning for a decade-long situation of passing a school levy for either renovated or new school buildings. While the custodians, school nurses, bus drivers, teachers, and administration work together to get the students back to school, along with the amazing support of the students and their parents, they made it happen. I know COVID brought on many challenges, but the school staff and community members met the objective of getting the students back in school. So with the schools up and running, I continued to watch, listen, and hear and process what was taking place with our community's Board of Education. 9 months have passed since I started watching these meetings, and just like other community members who have stood before you, we have expressed our concerns on the focus of this board. The numerous meetings to discuss open enrollment, library issues, and numerous executive sessions have been at the forefront of your focus. Community members came forth over the past few weeks with writing letters to the editor or providing their comments at the BOE meetings, expressing the concerns of key personnel either leaving or stepping down from their positions. At the April 26th meeting, several community members came forth expressing their frustration on the focus, the direction, and not having their voices heard.
You heard over 30 minutes of community comments, but after their comments, you moved on to the next agenda item. After the 3-hour mark, 2 of the board members wanted to discuss the community members, but other board members wanted to focus on other areas of their focus, a new survey tool, the Tipp Education Association, and technical support. Do you understand the frustration the community has when the focus of the board differs from the needs, concerns, and expectations from many community members? Do you comprehend the disappointment of community members when their voices are not heard? I know your job is not easy. I know you have a lot of time taken away from your family, but this community expects better. The Tipp City students, parents, entire school staff were able to step up and accomplish a phenomenal year with lots of unknowns. Many people in this district are also watching the actions of this board and have been frustrated, disappointed, and quite frankly appalled when the interactions of some of the board members. In closing, I'm going to review the district-wide theme I see in all 5 buildings. We are responsible. Have you demonstrated responsibility to the school district and the community to understand the needs and expectations of moving our schools forward?
1 minute.
We are respectful. Have you demonstrated the respect and professionalism to your peers in the room and to the community members who want to have their concerns heard? Finally, we have integrity. Have you demonstrated integrity and the ability to be humble and truly listen to the people of this community? Thank you.
Mrs. Weber, sorry, Mr. Stefanik, I have something to address and you can, we're allowed to address citizen comments if we wish. So I just wanted to, one thing that you brought up was the amount of executive session meetings. And I understand where that, where that thought comes from. We did just negotiate a successful agreement with the.
I know, I watched the last board meeting.
Okay.
I did. Very good. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Weber.
Thank you.
I also have a.
Go ahead, Mrs. Corinne. I'll finish my comment. So the reason for some of the executive session meetings is TCEA bargaining. And then also, so the community knows when we do hire people, those personnel conversations happen in executive session. Mrs. Weber also mentioned getting back to school, and she thanked several people for getting the students back into our buildings in the physical sense. And last summer, Mr. Stefanik, you and I know Mr. Verhoff as well. I think sometimes I only email you, not Mr. Verhoff, but I know he was also involved. Sometimes there were weeks where I spent 40 hours reading COVID papers and just, the articles that you and I,
Yes.
Read. So I personally had a lot of involvement in that. And I gave up my entire summer last year reading all kinds of COVID, back to school, social distancing, and you did as well. So I wanted to address that. Sorry, Mrs. Dowell.
One thing, I always was under the impression that we don't personally, like only the president.
Yeah,
and the
presiding
person
officer
speaking
or
would have any
superintendent.
dialogue with anybody. I just think maybe she thought that that's part of our rules that we're allowed to.
No, we are.
I'm just saying that so that people understand it's not that we don't or wouldn't want to engage in that. We don't, because we follow the rules that laid out in the policy.
Correct. So we had a conversation on this, and Mr. Stefanik and I, as the presiding officer and the superintendent, we are allowed to correct any misinformation real time as it happens. Do you have anything to add on to that, Mr. Stefanik?
No, we
Okay.
can, we can clarify statements, and if somebody has a misunderstanding or they share an opinion,
Right.
and it doesn't match up with our operations, then we're going to try to make comments, as part of the meeting, so that accurate information gets out.
Respectfully, the president doesn't speak for the entire Board of Education unless it's authorized to. If she makes a statement, Madam President, it has to be that her statements don't reflect that of the Board of Education, only her own opinion. And then that is a very important distinction to what was just said. The president is merely presiding over the meeting. The rules related to presiding are found in section I, related to things that are violating the rules. Nowhere in here does it say that the president can correct, quote unquote, mischaracterizations or things that are incorrectly stated or anything of that nature without a board deliberation and then a conclusion to make it the Board of Education's position. I would further state that I disagree with the characterization that we have not engaged in executive sessions to an excessive number. And I would also point to the community and to everybody else to look at the executive sessions and the purpose of those. While there certainly has been many executive sessions that pertain to business that is necessary to the administration of the school district, many of those executive sessions concern considering a complaint against a public employee. And so respectfully, I believe that the president by herself has no authority to say anything other than what is her own statement. And I'm not aware of anything in our policies that even provide for the president's comments, for the president's ability to respond to a citizen comment outside of our policies. And I welcome the opportunity to learn and find where that is.
So Mr. Stefanik, unless I completely misunderstood our conversation from Friday, the way I understood that conversation is the presiding officer and or the superintendent is allowed to real time either give information or correct information, not in a tit for tat way, just in a stated fact. Am I correct on that?
That is a factual statement.
Okay.
You know,
because I am the presiding officer, the comments are directed to me. So as the presiding officer, it is my ability, if I want to take it, to address, you know, the basic thing. I'm not going to get down into the weeds, and I'm not going to, you know, try to speak obviously out of line.
and the statements were that school operations questions, you know, could be addressed by me, and if there are financial questions that may not be as accurate as need be, then we could use the treasurer to help answer those as well.
Right. If it's something that can be cleared up very quickly, we don't want people waiting for another month to get, you know, accurate information. So
I disagree that any such authority exists.
So the comments are being addressed to the whole board, and I appreciate what you're trying to do in order to facilitate getting accurate information. I would respectfully suggest that we just receive the information and hear it, and then as a board, if we want to deliberate and decide to address in a public comment, we could do that at a later time. Just think at this point, we should just be hearing the statements.
Mr. Stefanik, will you weigh in on that?
I mean, the information we were given is that the presiding officer and the superintendent could answer questions if something was answered inaccurately. You know, again, if the board would decide that they wanted to make an item an agenda item, then they can make it an agenda item and discuss it at a later time in that meeting. But the conversation was brought up because if there were concerns about opinions being stated as if they were fact, it was you know, a chance to actually put some factual information out there. You know, and that was what the conversation.
Respectfully, Mr. Stefanik, what constitutes a fact in this board is highly contested every single meeting. And our Board of Education policies expressly state that no one board member speaks for the Board of Education unless there's deliberation and direction decided by a vote of board members. When we make statements, if we feel that there's a public statement required, we have to say that my views do not represent those of the Board of Education. They do not represent those of the administration. They're mine. For someone to respond on this Board of Education on behalf of the Board of Education as to what constitutes a fact in response to a citizen comment is highly inappropriate and not provided for or allowed by our rules and policies. If you have something contrary, I would love to welcome the opportunity for you to cite the actual policy, the subsection, and the language so I can look at it and see whether I'm maybe mistaken, but I highly doubt that's the case.
Just as a point of order to keep us moving along, it does say that all statements are directed to the presiding officer, and it does say that the presiding officer may do a list of things in response to that. If we don't like what's going on, we always have a time to open up a discussion on the public comments portion. This part of our policy makes it really clear that they're directed to the board president and that they can do a list of things. And I just think, because what we have 30 minutes because we did not extend the time this time, so we need to roll.
Yeah, so Dave, how long have we spent on citizen comments now? That's a great point, Mrs. Dell.
25 minutes.
Okay, so we have time for one more person.
Well,
No,
I
no,
think
well-
if they've signed up and we've agreed, we should honor who has signed up. So
Well,
that-
it's 30 minutes.
Didn't do that.
Yeah, we only allow
Tag 'em
for
on the
30
end.
minutes, 30 minutes of citizen comments. So.
respectfully, you interrupted the citizen comments, Madam President. And then you did something that's not permitted under what you can and cannot do, which is I-1 through 5.
Simon, I have the policy right in front of me, and I'm
Quote,
not.
the presiding officer may interrupt, warn, or terminate a participant's statement when the statement is too lengthy, personally directed, abusive.
Yeah,
or-
point of order. We need the next person.
Well,
Come on in. Okay, so, did you sign the paper and hand it to Mr. Stevens, our treasurer? Okay, thank you. And we just need you to state your name and your address, and if you have a group affiliation, or if you don't worry about that. And did you understand the rules on the policy that you read? Yeah, wonderful. And do you understand that you cannot say the name of a person or a position if it only has one limited people in that position?
I do.
Okay, fantastic, go ahead.
My name is Natalie Seaman, and I live at 519 Horton Avenue. Hello, my name is Natalie Seaman, and I am a student at The Ohio State University. I am speaking today for myself and on behalf of a fellow 2018 Tippecanoe High School graduate, Alyssa Binack, who currently attends the United States Air Force Academy. I am here today to address the resignation of teachers and administrators at the school district, student senate, and open enrollment discrepancies, and of concerning events regarding the Tipp City Public Library. We attended THS for 4 years and are well aware of how Student Senate operates. We have firsthand participated in the voting process and have seen how the school conducts elections. The students vote and understand how democracy works, and that the outcome may not align with their vote, but the result is final. The fact that there is a student on Student Senate that did not win the election is wrong. The minute that a student is placed on Student Senate without being elected, the entire point of Student Senate is defeated. Student Senate is meant for students to elect a representative to have their voices heard.
Point of order.
Go ahead.
I'm so sorry, but when you're talking about a single student, I feel like that's identifiable information
Yeah,
of one of
I
our
would have to
students
agree
that
with
are
that.
protected.
So you can go on with the rest of your speech past this, if there's anything besides that topic.
Additionally, the loss of the administration of Student Senate is devastating. They made Student Senate just that, a student government body where students were in charge. Next, I want to address the loss of administration and teachers over the past 18 months. We personally did not experience much faculty change throughout our 12 years at Tipp City Schools. However, the occasional teacher would retire. We always understood that when a teacher was retiring, it was because they had given the school as much as they could, but it was their time to move on from teaching. However, the idea that Tipp is losing faculty members for grievances against the Board of Education is unacceptable. My friend Alyssa is a cadet at the United States Air Force Academy. She stated that she would not be in the place that she is in without the amazing educators that she had at her time at Tipp. The idea that they are leaving because of reasons and not being able to run their classroom and security in their jobs is incredibly devastating. These teachers are incredible educators, and their resignations will truly have a negative impact on Tipp City schools. They will have lost fantastic educators, and teachers that may have applied to fill the position will now be deterred, because who would want to work in such an unsupportive environment? Out of 8 schools in Miami County, Tipp is now the only one without open enrollment. Not only can Tipp offer new opportunities to students outside of the school district limits, those students are able to offer benefits to Tipp as well. Many open enrollment students are some of the best athletes, students, and musicians in the school, and they often inspire other students to strive for excellence as well. Many of these students who come to Tipp are looking for opportunities to join extracurricular activities that their own districts don't offer, and they come from the excellent educators and faculty members that clearly are no longer being supported by this board. Moving on from the Tipp City School District, I now want to speak on the Tipp City Public Library. In the last 40 years, the Board of Education has trusted the library personnel to select their own board members. Yes, it is written that the board has final approval of the selection, but in the past, the board has always trusted the library to select the best people for the job. Alyssa has been working with the Air Force for 3 years now, and she said the best leaders she has seen are the ones who trust their people to make decisions that benefit the whole team. Here, the Board of Education is not trusting the library personnel. Immense amount of time and money have been wasted on the unnecessary use of lawyers on a system that isn't broken. It is frustrating to see that the Board of Education is not trusting their team to make their own decisions. You might be wondering why someone who graduated 3 years ago is so concerned with these matters.
Tipp City has always been a place where you can move in and raise your kids in a safe environment and offer them a quality education. However, in light of events of recent months, myself and Alyssa can no longer make the same claim. All of these issues I discussed show that Tipp is not the same place that Alyssa and I grew up in.
1 minute.
1 minute.
It is truly a disappointment to the both of us that the place we call home, the place we are proud to talk about, is no longer offering the same opportunities we were able to have to get us in the places we are now. We want to see the Board of Education show true leadership and take responsibility for the damage that they have caused to the Tipp City School District. We are also in support of the resignation of certain board members because their actions are a direct reflection of why the school district is no longer the excellent school that we graduated from.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So Dave, how long have we spent on citizen comments now?
We need to still provide the comment, the
Well, yeah,
30
that,
minutes for,
right, that's what I'm
it's
getting
been
at.
32 minutes.
Okay, so we have 2 more. Okay.
Madam President?
Yes, Mrs. Zakor.
I have sat through this on other meetings, the hooting and the cheering and hollering. We're trying to conduct a meeting, and I feel that this should be addressed because it's been going on for too long, too many times.
Okay, so Mr. Stefanik, would you want to go out and,
I don't think it's disruptive whatsoever. There was a less than a 2-second outburst just now, the only one we've heard this evening. It was muffled and barely audible.
Mr. Patrick,
It was definitely on.
parliamentary procedure just a little, please. You've been monopolizing this session since citizen comments started. And I
Who's
think all
next?
board members, well, there we go again.
Mr. Stefanik, do you want to address that or
Before we continue on.
before we move on? Thank you. And then maybe if you shut the door, that would help with the noise level.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Ramos?
The next one?
Yeah, Mr. Ramos?
Yes.
Thank you. Did you sign your paper? If you could take your signed paper and hand it to Mr. Stevens in the purple shirt, our treasurer? Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
And did you understand the rules, the rule sheet that you just read?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. And you also understand that you cannot say the name of a person or a position if that position has limited people in it?
I do.
Okay, fantastic. So just state your name and address, and if there is a group affiliation, and Mr. Stevens will give you 5 minutes, and at the 4-minute mark, he'll kind of give you a 1-minute wrap up, just so you know where you are.
Am
Go
I
ahead.
permitted to take the mask off when I'm speaking, or?
I'm personally fine with that. I don't know how everybody else feels.
I'm fine with me.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead.
My name is Brian Ramos, resident of Tipp City. I live at 7890 Winding Way South, Tipp City, Ohio. Not affiliated with anyone. So those are all the questions?
Yeah,
Okay,
great.
In addition to being a resident of Tipp City, I also have 3 children, all of whom are in Tipp City schools. We love our schools, and that is why that I'm here and why I'm one of 300 residents who have chosen to sign a petition in the Tippecanoe Gazette asking for voluntary resignation of certain members of the school.
Point of order. Is he then a part of an affiliated group?
Oh, yeah, then I guess you would be part of the concerned citizens for the resignation.
Okay,
I think it's called Tipp City Concern, I forget the exact name. Tipp City Concerned Community Members?
I'll get the name later.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead. Thank you, Mrs. Dell.
I thought it would be respectful and important that I explain why I chose to sign the petition. For the past 2 years, I have noticed problems that have occurred that I thought were definitely questionable, if not detrimental, to this board, to the school. Those included inappropriate and excessive use of legal counsel, elimination of open enrollment, the mishandling of issues involving the library appointments, and what has caused me to be here today is the alarming number of administrative staff resignations. Not only that, but the board, certain members of this board refusing to accept or recognize that there is a problem with the loss of this administrative staff, as well as the contributions of causing this problem with administrative staff, as well as the lack of respect shown to the community, as well as the teachers. And I'll give specific examples because I want to be as factual as possible. with regards to attributing to the problem, the first thing I would, or even recognizing the problem, excuse me, I just go to the superintendent search profile that was published on the website from Tipp City Schools, and it talks about comments that were made by administrators, teachers, staff. And this was prepared by K-12 Business Consulting, an independent firm. Regarding comments made by administrators, it says the Board of Education divisiveness creates a very real distraction and concern. Training to understand roles of board members and the superintendent would be helpful. From teachers, the turnover of administrators undermines consistency. The district needs a strategic plan that is implemented with fidelity. Another comment from teachers, there needs to be mutual support between the board and the administration to create a trusting culture. Training on proper roles should be defined. And finally, from parents, the perceived contentious relationship between the board and the administration is contributing to a lack of trust between the district and the community. I know there have been comments by the board in which talks about, well, how many times have administrators referenced certain problems or concerns? And there was questions as to, it was mentioned only once. Then in another, at the last meeting, it was expressed that maybe it was, a comment was made in the last 3 months. I'm not sure if that means 2 people have said something or it's been expressed twice. I'm not certain how many times it takes for the administrative staff to be able to say there is a problem before it's recognized. Regarding the comments made, if I could really quickly, depending on my time, there are certain rules that were discussed in regards to when to address contract negotiations or to deal with the contracts of administrators. I've looked at the rules for rules 1520 as well as the rules for 1530.
1 minute.
And I would ask that looking at those, I understand that the board agreed to certain changes that were made to those policies, but nothing in that new language changes or would prevent the board from, again, reviewing contracts the first year rather than the second year.
I apologize, I said that too early. You still have a minute.
Okay. But finally, and this is the most important part, is the lack of respect shown not only at these meetings, but to members of the public and the teachers who have come here. In the 26th April meeting, when community members came to speak, afterwards, one member claimed that, well, the concerns that were raised by these individuals were probably based on COVID and isolation, that they were not driven by factual information. Another member said that these citizen comments, they view them as gotcha moments. Teachers were then blamed later on for not coming forward to board meetings. This is the same year that they are coming up on contracts at the time. Specifically, another member had come from the public to express his concerns. A quote from the member of the board stated that this individual came in here hearing about the board from teachers and parents around town. Oh, well, that's probably a real credible source. Questioning the credibility of the teachers and the community members. It is this lack of respect for the teachers, the community, that's time.
Thank you, Mr. Ramos.
Thank you.
We have one more. Yeah, you can hand that to Mr. Stevens. And then we'll just need you to state your name, address, and if there is a group affiliation. And did you understand the rule sheet that you just signed?
My name is Jill Breering. My address is 720 Columbine Court. I did understand the sheet that I signed.
Thank you.
And I signed a petition along with 300 other people.
Okay,
so
great.
That's
sure. So that would be the Tipp City.
It's concerned citizens in Tipp.
Perfect. And then do you also understand that you cannot say the name of a person or position if there is limited people in that specific position?
Yes.
Okay, great. Go ahead. You have 5 minutes and you'll get a 1-minute warning.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
So, hello, as I mentioned, my name is Jill Braring. My family was an open enrolled family prior to this school year. So I stand before you today to give our family's perspective of the open enrollment situation and how it's currently being handled and how it was handled. So let me start with saying that I absolutely believe that open enrollment should be discussed every year. It is a complex topic that can have significant impacts to our schools, our community, our social, financial, economic, platform of Tipp City. And so it should be discussed every year. It should be reevaluated every year. And I find no fault with your decision. Our family respects your final decision. We made the move to Tipp City. And so my comments are not around the decision. My comments are around how it was handled and the subsequent actions since. So I've honestly lost track of how many times people have asked us why the board made the decision to close open enrollment. I encourage them to watch the March 16th meetings and the March 31st meetings of last year. My answer has been the same for the past 14 months. I do not know. My family does not understand. It certainly was not a financial decision because it only impacted 33 students. So the district was receiving $395,000 annually, or $6,020 per student in financial support from the state. So during the March 31st meeting, it was stated that the average cost per student was $10,283. So at a quick glance, back of the napkin math, it would make sense maybe to close open enrollment. However, that's not all the numbers. It was confirmed in this March 31st meeting that overall costs would not be reduced by closing open enrollment. No teachers, no staff, no services, and no programs were going to be eliminated because of open enrollment, simply because it only impacted 33 students. So in addition, there are approximately 50 teacher students who live out of the district and are able to attend Tipp City schools as a much deserved perk. So by ending open enrollment, we also lost the state funding for these students. So it actually appears that your decision cost our district over $500,000 because we lost the $395 and we still had 50 students at $10,283 that now we're paying for. So fast forward to recent weeks when I read the article on the Tipp Gazette last Wednesday, May 19th, regarding the response to the resignation petition. I have to admit I was a little frustrated regarding the open enrollment comments in that article. Who voted no and who voted yes is a matter of public opinion. That is what it is. So I guess you object to the word abruptly. And so let me give you an example of abrupt. On March 16th of last year, the board discusses and votes to accept open enrollment for the first time. You voted for the first time to accept it on March 16th. In no previous meetings of that year was open enrollment ever discussed. As an open enrollment family, we never received a letter, an email, or notification from the board or the school that you were going to begin discussing open enrollment. So then on March 31st, the Board of Education revotes, and with that action, it was decided to close open enrollment. So the article references several meetings and many hours of discussion. Across 16 days, there were 2 publicly held meetings. And their discussion was amongst you, not a public discussion. The only way we could communicate our concerns was via email or telephone because of COVID. So on April 1st,
I apologize, 35 seconds.
my family finds ourselves in a situation where we have to decide if we're going to move or if we're going to uproot our children's educational foundation. Honestly, we love the schools here. We love the staff, we love the administrators, we love the culture of this city, so it was no decision. We have less than 4 months to sell our home, buy a new home, and close, so we have proof of residency by the first day of school. That is the definition of abrupt. So the way you handled open enrollment this past year, in my opinion, was unprofessional and unnecessary.
Thank you, Mrs. very much, or sorry, thank you, Mrs. Bourne.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, yeah, Dave said time.
Well, I just want to go on the record of stating that I was earlier in line. However, the process was not followed, in my opinion, as.
Yeah, your time is up. I thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, item 5A, TCEA comments. So we do have Mrs. Junker here tonight. I'll let you introduce yourself.
Thank you.
You bet.
I'm Heather Junker. I am the Tipp City Education Association president. I also teach at Broadway Elementary second grade. I just want to take a few minutes just to, first of all, give lots of positives. I want to congratulate the graduating class of 2021. I honestly, as an elementary teacher, it just feels like yesterday they had been walking through Broadway and Nevin Coppic hallways as little kindergartners. Yeah. And it is, it's very special when they graduate. And so Tipp teachers want to wish them the very best and congratulations on that. And before I want to do a reflection of the year, it's been kind of a unique one. However, before I do that, I just want to make sure that it is clear to the public that negotiations have been complete. TCEA, Tipp City Education Association, has ratified, and the board has ratified the contract. The negotiation teams for both sides, district team and TCA's team, did a wonderful job, very professional. We kept it really focused, and I appreciate that from that district team as well as my team working together on that. I also then want to just kind of give a reflection of the year about staff. You know, we all know that, like I said, to say the least, this has been a unique year, filled with chaos and unknowns and anxiety and, you know, unprecedented change. You know, and bringing in a new superintendent, and he's done a wonderful job working with me on everything. But as we come to the end of this year, I realize that we, teachers, guidance counselors, administration, all the support staff, and there's so many of them, and I don't want to miss anyone, did such an amazing job. They and myself kept this place open. And we stayed open. We cared for the children. We educated them when we thought this was going to be impossible to do. We cleaned, we sanitized, we enforced masks and social distancing, all of that at the same time filling the gaps, academic gaps from the spring, and then trying to push students to excel even more. And we did all this. And I think this is the part, it's very difficult for people not in education to understand. We did all of that by holding in our own worries about our own families and our own health and well-being at the same time. I think that's important to make sure people understand that your teachers and your staff really put the students first. They were our top priority. And we did make it through probably the most difficult year in many of our careers. I know for myself personally, it was one of my most difficult years in my career, but we made it. And that's something to say, that Tipp staff, we are the glue that holds this district together. And without each and every one of them, and I have to thank them for their hard work, we stayed open. We did what we needed to do. So thank you, staff from TCA, for giving every ounce of yourself to the kids of Tipp City. And you deserve this summer break. It's just right around the corner, a few more days. And I also want to thank the parents in our community, our parents definitely, for all the kind words that we have received in emails and on social media and the newspaper. And I want to thank the community members and local businesses for making their Staff Appreciation Week amazing. All the wonderful lunches and goodie bags and the handwritten notes made us feel so special. And we needed that. This was the time we needed it the most. And they have shown us that Tipp City is a very, very special place to work and raise our children. And to be known, my children have grown. I do not live in Tipp City. My children were open enrolled when they were here. They have a phenomenal education. Both my children are amazing and doing wonderful things in life. And I am a Tipp Citian. And I think that personally, this is nothing about TCA. I am a Tipp Citian. I may live in Troy, but I am certainly from Tipp City and always will be, and my children will be too. So I thank you, and I wish everyone a wonderful summer. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Are you gonna say?
I'm gonna stay for just until you go to executive session, please.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Sorry.
Oh, go ahead. Okay, so thank you, Mrs. Junker. And then item 6A, president comments. And I have to laugh because when you do come in, of course, we don't coordinate our speeches. And I think, okay, well, I'm just going to move on. So we must think a lot alike because I do want to congratulate the 2021 graduates. That's super special. And I just have a really quick quote to the graduates. Always remember you are braver than you believe, stronger than you seem, smarter than you think, and loved more than you know. It's simple, but I just really love that. So congratulations to all of our graduates. I also wanted to thank TCEA. I really enjoyed that whole process. And yeah, everybody came prepared. We got it done. And, you know, great work on both sides. A lot of hard work in coming prepared. Also, I would like to thank all of the staff this year. By all the staff, I mean bus drivers, custodians, the kitchen workers, you know, our classroom teachers, our coaches. To your point, it was just an incredible year, and we managed to keep our kids in school, and that was because of the hard work of everybody in this district. The other thing I wanted to add is we do have, in partnership with the Tipp City Library, the Board of Trust, it's hard to talk with mask on. The Board of Trustees of the Tipp City Public Library is accepting resumes to fill one of their board vacancies beginning June 15th, 2021. Service on the Board of Trustees is voluntary and without compensation, and it's a term of 7 years. All candidates must be 18 years of age, and you can submit a letter of interest and resume by June 11th, 2021, and we will have this information on our website. So if you're interested in being on the Library Board of Trustees, you can call the board office, look at our website, or you can go to the library and also look at their website. One thing I did want to add tonight, kind of piggybacking on our citizen comments tonight, Mr. Stefanik, you've just completed your first year here. And I think one thing that we could work on, you know, as a district team meaning, you know, superintendent, is just our messaging. And, you know, it's hard when it's your first year, you're kind of getting used to everything, getting the lay of the land. We had COVID, there was so much going on. But I know that you're kind of thinking and coming up with ideas, and we all have one common goal, which is to make this the best district that it can possibly be. And I think we all learned a lot this year. And you know, hopefully that's something that we can work on throughout the summer, listen to your ideas, get your feedback. You've worked in several districts. So, you know, I'm sure that after observing for a year, you are probably going to have, you know, lots of ideas. And, you know, I, as one board member, am always very interested in hearing that and, you know, taking it to the next level. And then Dave, it's your last meeting. So
still typing away like crazy.
I wish you obviously the best of luck at your new district. You're going to be missed. And anyways, it's been great working with you. So best of luck.
Thank you.
That's it. So I think that's been my longest president comments ever. So moving on to treasurer's report, Mr. Stevens, I will turn it over to you.
All right. I'm looking for a motion for approval of the monthly financial report for April of 2021.
I'll make the motion.
Second.
Motion and seconded by Mrs. Dunaway and Mrs. Zakor.
Okay. Are there any comments or questions that I can answer for board members?
No.
I will say that the review section for this month compared to the prior 2 years was pretty scarce. I mean, it was very consistent from year to year. So I think that's a good thing. All right. If there's no other questions or comments, I will move on to the vote. Dunaway,
Yes.
Zakor,
Yes.
Dahl,
Yes.
Heatherly,
Yes.
Patrick.
Abstain.
Motion carries.
Okay, looking for a motion for approval of the fiscal year 21 appropriation amendments.
I'll make the motion.
I'll second.
Mrs. Dunaway and Mrs. Dahl. Is there any discussion?
Just that there were quite a few this month. A bulk of them were for federal grant adjustments that were done by ODE.
Right.
We had no control over those. We just have to adjust to what's available to us. Other items we had were in the 200 and 300 funds for class student activities and sports. We also did receive quite a bit of local grant funding for various items. And we did have to increase the food service budget $35,000 to finish out the school year due to the fact that we do have free and reduced lunch for all students this year. Lunch sales have increased significantly. We're currently at the end of last month, I believe, not the end of the last month, but my last look at the food service balance, we're currently over $200,000 near the end of the year. This is usually the time when we're trying to advance money to the food service fund. And I'm actually planning on repaying the advance of $115,000 that we paid to the food service fund this year. So that's great for our food service program. It's currently almost self-sustaining. We still do pay for the insurance out of the general fund, but this is something that we haven't seen. And if you haven't heard, free and reduced lunches will continue into next year as well. So we're looking for an even better performance next year by the food service, because currently, fingers crossed, knock on wood, anything you can do to throw a horseshoe or something, but we hope to be in school every single day next year. So pending anything crazy. Any other questions or concerns that I might be able to answer? Okay, with that, we'll move on to the vote. Mrs. Dunaway has stepped out of the room. Dahl?
Yes.
Heatherly?
Yes.
Patrick?
Yes.
Zakor?
Yes.
Okay, motion carries.
Okay, items, I'm just.
Go ahead.
Item 7C, conversion of a previously approved advance to a transfer. Mr. Stevens?
I'll move.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Heatherly.
I'll second.
Thank you, Mrs. Dahl. This is just a cleanup item. At the beginning of the school year, we advanced $50,000 from the general fund to the athletic fund to help cover losses in ticket revenue. We've continued to see a loss in revenue from prior years to this year due to COVID restrictions and not allowing us to sell tickets to the general public. Our season ticket sales did not occur. Unfortunately, we will not be able to, the athletic fund will not make up the money to repay that advance. So I'd like the board's approval to convert this to a transfer, and we will not be looking to have this paid back. So, and we'll probably, unless things can pick up next year as well. I'm not sure what it looks like for sports with COVID next year, but we may need to do another advance again that might need to be turned into a transfer as well. So, any questions on that? Okay.
No.
If I'd like to take the vote, Heatherly?
Yes.
Dahl is not present at the vote. Dunaway?
Yes.
Patrick?
Yes.
Zakor?
Yes. Motion carries.
And last but not least, from the treasurer's office, I'd like for approval of the updated 2021 5-year forecast.
I'll move.
I'll second.
Moved and seconded by Mrs. Zakor and Mrs. Heatherly. Is there any discussion?
I'd just like to say that this 5-year forecast does include all of the upcoming contract changes or salary changes that we're expecting.
Appreciate that.
It includes the TCA contract. The good news is the numbers are appearing a little better. Our tax revenues for this year have been, I think we received about 200,000 more than what was projected originally. That does continue over for the next few years. overall, we are going to, as long as we have a renewal of the emergency levies in fiscal year 25, we are solvent at the moment. We're still in the black, even at the end of those 5 years, which is everything we hope for. So that is a strong forecast, and hopefully that this will continue on even after we get through the COVID years. Any other direct questions or concerns?
Hey, I just want to thank you so much for all your hard work on this, because I know you really made an effort to get this done, because this is your last week basically. So thank you for that. I know you've been working a lot of hours the last 2 months.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Ready for a vote?
Okay. Zakor,
Yes.
Heatherly,
Yes.
Dahl,
Yes.
Dunaway.
Yes.
Patrick.
Yes.
Motion carries. Item 8, old business. Does anybody have anything under old business?
I would just like us to discuss where we're going to go, the mask, as far as meeting in a public venue. So we can address some of the concerns and have people come and resume in-person attendance at our meeting. I know this is something that the board prioritizes. We all want that to happen. I did a little research as far as using some of the public facilities, but I stopped because I know that there were efforts to see if we could use council chambers and the CPA. And so on June 2nd, we won't have the mask mandates anymore. And so what will be our plan? I thought this would be a good time to revisit this topic.
Go ahead, Mr. Stefanik.
The month of June is a month with several rules over top of it. The June 2nd release of mask and social distancing requirements is out there, but at the same time, there is a board meeting permission that allows you to maintain remote meetings through the month of June. So one rule doesn't overrule the other. So it's a discussion, for the board to undertake. We investigated across the street, the council chambers, and we were told that they're not available at this time because the council is still doing remote meetings. And so they said that was not an option. At the CPA, that definitely, has space, even if social distancing is still something that we wanted to address. But the streaming mechanism, in that facility is not there. The performances that they've done in there where they've had streaming, they've had an outside group come in and provide the streaming capabilities, for any events that are in that area. Now, again, I've been told that in the past, when the board had open meetings, that the board taped their meetings and they weren't live streamed. So that's something, for the board to consider if you wanted to return to that format. And then it's deciding on the venue. Here, as you can see, we have a posted limit, on the wall. So in this room, if we weren't concerned about social distancing, because we basically have 10 people between the board and treasurers and any other staff that would be here from the district office, that we could accommodate 39 people in here. Because I've gotten so used to COVID, I can't picture that in this room, 39 extra seats somewhere. But
we've had that.
I've heard.
Yeah.
I've heard it.
It's usually with the student meetings,
Yes.
because they have to come in for government class. That usually happens once a year.
Yeah. So, I've heard that there were times where there were many seats in here, but it's hard to picture now because of the mindset on spreading everything out for COVID.
We'll have to sit next to each other.
That's right. Yeah. You have to be a lot closer to 3 feet, to fit that many people in here. So Again, this technology system is here. This technology system is not available in other places. And so that's that's the information on places that I've checked. And so really it's a board decision about whether you need this type of technology or you want to go back to tape meetings. And then what's a good venue for the actual meeting.
How, and Alex, I don't know the state of Ohio directions, how long do we have to continue to do Zoom meetings? Because it seems like the Zoom limits us to this room. I never liked this room for our board meetings, even when we didn't have COVID, because it's just so like cramped, and then like we're in a line and they're in a line, and it's just like, it's very.
Yeah, the Zoom pieces were put in place, and again, I was in a different district, in a different state when it happened, but it was put in place to maintain the open meeting format.
Right.
So that people would have a chance to see the meeting occurring live in real time. And so that provides that, and that's where the law was put in place that said that this was acceptable. But that again ends on June 30th. And so if there are any other, if there are no other actions to extend that, then it just sunsets when we hit the new fiscal year.
Okay, so at least by the July, we could look at, because I think it'd be nice to have a different venue that's larger, just because but I know that's where your guys' offices are, so it's easier for you, but it just feels, I don't like the feel of the room when we have to set it up like this and chairs over there. It's just weird.
Yeah.
From my personal opinion, I think we just go back to the way we used to do meetings as far as the setup of the room, allow and do it here, and continue streaming the videos of the meetings. The electronic component of the Zoom meetings in the law was to allow people that are on the board to participate remotely. It doesn't prohibit us from continuing to live stream the meetings, which I think has been helpful to the community to see. I think this board has voiced several occasions that transparency and communication and giving people the information is important, and I think that that's an important function. The other thing I'd say is that our policy under the minutes requires that we have a recording of all the board meetings. So whether we stream it live or post it afterwards is kind of a distinction without a difference in my mind. And so if we do move the venue, then we have to figure out what we're going to do related to the recording aspect of it, make sure that the recording is audible in a way that's sufficient to memorialize and capture everybody's statements. So based on that and current limitations related to capacity and things like that being removed, my feeling is that having the meetings here with the traditional setup and having the chairs accommodate 49 people, which is really 39 roughly, would be sufficient in my mind.
Anybody else have any comments?
I have a couple.
Okay, go ahead.
Old business?
Oh, wait, on this.
Oh, no, I'm
Okay,
sorry.
So how do we want to wrap this up, Mr. Stefanik? Maybe you and Melanie have a discussion, because Melanie, you're going to be the person that has to, right, be in charge of the technology. And so.
We get Brad in on this.
One more time, Dave?
You get Brad in on this.
Oh, okay, well, yeah, do you know what I'm saying? Whoever needs to be involved in this conversation. And then do you want to make a recommendation to the board, Mr. Stefanik, and put it in your Friday board update? Because to me, it's just who's comfortable with the technology, and if we can get it to work, and, it's going to be your first meeting as a treasurer without Dave, and however you guys work that out, we want to, make sure you're comfortable.
Does the board want to weigh in on the streaming piece, maintaining the streaming piece versus the taping piece?
As long as the tape is audible, I just want to make sure, because I've never watched our meetings.
On tape?
No, I never have.
I have.
Okay, so I just don't know how, were they audible?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're not gonna have a mask on, so.
Right. Yeah, so just for the board's information, I've had experience with all types of settings for board meeting pre-pandemic. And so we've had districts where, to make sure that each area of the community had like a home meeting, that you went building to building to building and the meetings moved. I've done that. We've had a situation where There was a site that was the main site for the board, and it was away from the district office. And so, we've prepared for that. It is easier, on us, but again, we're here to serve the community. And so if the meeting's someplace else and not at this address, we just pack up and you all travel to get here. And so then we would just be the ones traveling to go someplace else. So again, if the board, has a preference.
And we did have
tape or streaming.
conversations like before COVID, but the previous tech person suggested that we had to get different mics or something because of when you go to different space, the camera doesn't pick up well. When we would go to the high school CPA center, we would actually have to take a microphone because the sound in that room is not good. So we'd have to like pass a mic between all of us. So that they were looking at a setup that could travel easy and get us into all those schools because we really wanted to open up to the public opportunities. We were going to do like a walkthrough of the buildings, especially when we talked about Broadway, and making sure that stays on the forefront of our work is making sure that we address the building issues there. But then, with COVID, we just couldn't, this room has the technology needed to meet those other requirements.
I think in the summer traditionally, of course, it's been a year and a half, so there's no tradition, with this board because we had COVID 3 months into our, the current 5 of us. In the summers, people get very busy, there's vacation. So I think we would be okay with the occupancy limit in the summer. Not to say that you're not going to get more, in the fall once people kind of get in a routine with their schedule and the school and the sports schedules. So like you said, we can always try it and see what happens with this room. Just for some, I just don't want to I'm just trying to have Melanie get acclimated, and being in a different building every month is a lot on top of what she's already going to be doing, running a meeting. And like tonight, I was watching you when Dave, how do I get things out of the consent agenda and move it into new business, and just those little nuances. I just don't want to put more on her plate. That's just my opinion. But I'll go with the majority.
I would like to see us continue the live streaming. I think sometimes in the past, pre-COVID, there was delay trying to get the video sort of posted and accessible for people to watch. I think that one of the outcomes of COVID is that it seems like there's quite a bit of participation of people watching us live and in real time. So I know that does put extra duties on the facilitators who have to set this up and then man it during the meetings, but I would be in favor of us continuing it.
I'm in favor of that, as well as Ms. Dahl. I'm in favor of your suggestion related to looking into sound equipment. So if we do want to have a meeting that can still be streamed or recorded appropriately, that we can do that and have a bigger live audience. I think all of those things make sense. My primary objective related to this topic is that we provide everybody in the community the ability to access the meetings live. Depending on their issues, whether health or otherwise, they can't attend in person or because of concerns related to COVID, et cetera. I think that's been a great thing that's come from this, is the ability of people to view this and goes with our goals of being transparent. And then the only concern I have is that we have the appropriate equipment if we leave this room. And I think that your idea is great, Ms. Dahl.
Dave, last year I requested quotes on microphones for each of us at our seats. Maybe if we still have that, you could share it with Melanie and Mr. Stefanik.
Brad has that.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, I forget what number it was because right when I requested that, we went right into COVID. So if we could look at that again from Mr. Stefanik, do you mind attaching that to the Friday board update, that cost, just so we all have it?
Could we include an investment in sound system for the CPA, not the cafeteria, but the CPA, the theater, so that we could host a larger group in person? It is a little crowded in here when you have capacity.
I think the library works, but there's something about the CPA. The meetings there, there's really nowhere, it's really awkward where we sit. We're either too high or too low, and then the kids are too high.
What's the CPA?
The big theater.
Oh, the theater. I'm sorry. I was referring to that outside area with the lunchroom.
Yeah, I like
that's what I was talking about.
Oh, the library, the Tipp High School library. I think that was kind of a good place. I felt like the way we were seated, it accommodates a lot of people. I'm not a fan of the CPA. Where we have to sit there, it's extremely awkward. We're either talking up and everybody's in the seats, or we're up here and we're talking down. I'm not a fan of the CPA at all, like zero. But the library, we've had a few meetings there that seemed decent. That's an option.
Ms. Heatherly, were you talking about a portable sound system? When you were saying a sound system for another site, something that we could move from place to place?
No, I was piggybacking on the comment about Teresa said that, they were a look at maybe investing in microphones for in this room. I'm suggesting that we invest in something in the CPA. The board meeting is where we talk to one another. So I understand what you're saying, Teresa, that it feels awkward because we're up on a stage, but the dialogue is between us and the people in the audience are viewing our meeting and what's happening in the meeting.
Are we good on that, Mr. Stefanik? Do you have enough information? Okay.
I got too much information.
And you had, you said you had something under
Yeah.
business, go ahead.
Well, one other tag on to that, I just like the arrangement of the seating for these board meetings versus one straight line.
Yeah, I don't like the line either.
Yeah, you just don't.
Yeah,
feel-
not a fan of that.
You don't feel connected and interpersonal
Right.
to, yes.
What was it in this room before?
It was an
this
L.
Camera went on?
Oh, well, okay, so it was a straight line. So it was.
Over here?
Yeah, so it was
Yeah.
like this. Us on this side and community members on this side.
Okay.
Yeah, like, when you play dodgeball and you run to get the balls,
Yeah.
both teams, yeah.
So it's hard to make direct eye contact with somebody that's 4 or 5 seats.
Yeah,
down
the
from
board
you.
members, yeah,
Because you're
we're
going
always
like
scooting our
this
seats up and
and
back and
this
trying to, yeah, it was not.
It's not conducive.
The L worked a lot better. The L format worked a lot better with the tables. So anyway, those are, we're getting in the weeds. Go ahead with your old business.
Well, it's going to be somewhat of a follow-up to some of the citizen comments because I'm a fan of citizen comments. I've used them a lot over the years myself and certainly understand the purpose. However, sometimes things get said repetitiously to the point of that's all you think about. You don't present unless another side or aspect is presented, it gets sort of expunged from the whole concept. So, I mean, just things like, there were several comments tonight about open enrollment. And all I want to say is that it is surprising to me since it's after the fact when our open enrollment discussion on the agenda was back in March. And you would think people would be here. So this is several months after fact. The other thing that doesn't come up at all in these discussions, and maybe it's a generational thing with me, maybe it's just the way I was raised with great sense of, you have to have self-responsibility, self-initiation, determination. And that is under open enrollment, all of those families were not in any way barred, to my knowledge, of moving to the community to secure their spot in this district. And so I just think it's important when our younger people are listening to these dialogues to present that part also that, the form was very clearly stated. It's on an annual year-to-year basis. There's no guarantees. And it goes back to, maybe it's my generational thing that you value something so much, you secure it by moving in to the community. So you're no longer open enrolled. You're a designated resident titled to come to that school district. That nobody speaks like that. Nobody even brings that up on the radar. It's like, well, we all kind of have our part to play. And another thing, and I like to say this for the young people because we had a young person in here. And I love their passion. I love their engagement in the political process because this is what's going to make and keep America strong. They're going to be running the country when I'm dead and long gone. But bringing some balance in, for example, and this wasn't even so much a young person, an alarming amount of board attorney use from this board. That's it. There's no discussion of what that was, what amount was that differentiated from a board administrative use? It's as if We don't need to disaggregate or look at that separately. We're just gonna make a big blanket statement. Sell it, get a lot of click hits on that on social media. But I try to bring this up not to be oppositional and disrespectful to people or dismiss their feelings. I bring these things up because I hope younger people, maybe even some older people, will slow down a little bit and put a little critical thinking and analysis behind whatever their statement and position is, and base it on, start with facts and then formulate their views on that. And so I just wanted to counter that alarming amount of board attorney use. Well, I have no idea what that means. It's like speaking like open enrollment ended and we had no recourse. Well, yeah, you did have a lot of recourse, and people that have been here over many years had many years of recourse. They just chose not to exercise it. Transparency, the other thing about how lengthy our meetings are. Well, this is, again, that critical thinking. The meetings are too short, you're gonna get blamed. If they're too long, you're gonna get blamed. When you have lengthy debating, discourse, and discussions, it does increase the time of meetings. I see that probably more as transparency. So, you're not transparent. I don't really understand what that means, other than maybe being associated to executive sessions and special meetings. But there's a reason for that. You follow the law. And there's a lot of circumstances that dictate having those meetings. So that's kind of what I wanted to wrap up on under old business.
Okay, does anybody else have anything under old business? Dave, we are moving on to new business consent agenda items. We already pulled the items that are now in new business, in case your computer didn't refresh. Looking for a motion in a second. We don't have to do that, do we?
We do.
Okay, motion and second. I'll make the motion.
Second.
Motion and seconded by Mrs. Dunaway and Mrs. Zakor. Ready for the roll, Dave?
Dunaway,
Yes?
Zakor,
Yes.
Dahl,
Yes.
Heatherly,
Yes.
Patrick.
Yes.
Motion carries. Okay, so at this time, the board is going to adjourn to executive session for purposes authorized under Board of Education Policy 0166 and ORC 121.22G1 to consider the compensation of public employees or officials. Looking for a motion and a second, but the board will also be inviting Mr. Stefanik, Mr. Stevens, and Mrs. Fox into the meeting with us. We do not anticipate.
We do anticipate meeting.
Oh, sorry about that. You're right. Yeah. That's all. That's the whole reason we're going in. We do anticipate action. Looking for a motion in a second.
I'll move.
I'll second.
Moved and seconded by Mrs. Dahl and Mrs. Heatherly.
Dahl,
Yes.
Heatherly,
Yes.
Dunaway,
Yes.
Patrick,
Yes.
Zakor.
Yes. Motion carries. Do we want to stay in this room because we have too many people instead of going into Mr. Stefanik's office? I think so, right?
Are we gonna take a break at all? or-
Yeah.
Thanks, Ms. Junker. It's great seeing you.
Thank you. Have a good summer. Yeah, we'll take a 5-minute recess.
Okay, all right, then we'll enter into executive session at 7:55.
Thank you.
I'm going
I think we
to
have
pause
from
and
Mark's
mute.
office.
And start our video. And we are back. It is 9:46 p.m.
Yeah, 9:46 p.m. I'm going to declare us back into regular session. We are going to move on to new business, which is section 11. We'll start with 11A, administrative salary schedules for 2021-2022. Looking for a motion and a second.
I'll motion.
Second.
Mrs. Dell and Mrs. Zakor, is there any discussion? Dave, ready for the vote?
Dahl,
Yes.
Zakor,
Yes.
Dunaway,
Yes.
Heatherly,
No.
Patrick.
No.
Motion carries. Item B, administrative staff for 2021-2022. Looking for a motion in a second.
I'll move.
Mrs. Dahl will move, I'll second. Dahl and Dunaway, is there any discussion? Ready for the vote, Dave?
So that was Dahl.
Dahl and Dunaway.
Dahl,
Yes.
Dunaway,
Yes.
Heatherly,
No.
Patrick,
No.
Zakor.
Yes.
Motion carries. Item C, proposed staff positions, which would be Director of Human Resources, Director of Curriculum, Exceptional Children's Coordinator. I'll make the motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Mrs. Dunaway and Mrs. Dahl, is there any discussion?
Yeah, I think this is long overdue.
Yes.
Yay! Yes, so exciting. And I love the name, Exceptional Children Coordinator. That makes me so happy. Okay, Dave, ready for the vote?
Dahl,
Yes.
Dunaway,
Yes?
Heatherly,
Yes.
Patrick,
Yes.
Zakor.
Yes.
Motion carries. Item D, technology discussion. Mr. Stefanik, I'll
Yeah, that's good.
send this your way.
All right, this may actually be a short discussion because the meeting has been lengthy. But as we look at the increase in devices and the increase in integration of technology into our overall operation and the need to maintain a remote presence in case, well, for educational purposes in general, but in case another situation comes up where we would have to go to remote learning instead of in-person learning, our technology needs have grown. And we have the same size staff in the technology department as we had when we didn't have the one-to-one capabilities from grade 2 up. And so what we're looking at is we're looking at a plan to take our add one position so that we could have a home-based technology person at each building that has one-to-one capabilities. So Nevin Kopic, for example, is not a one-to-one building at the present time, and so they would need a home-based technology person, in their building. So everybody could get personalized service and personalized troubleshooting if we added this one person. And then if there was a district need or a big need at any building, then somebody could go from building A, to help a colleague for tech needs, in another building. So again, right now we have 3. We're looking just for a 4th position. And then we would look at whether or not any of those positions would specialize, in certain areas, or whether they would, be general technology assistance type people.
Do you have any salary ranges in mind? I know this is just a discussion, but just for budgetary reasons.
I'm thinking, I think right now the salary range for those folks, we just did all the different calculations, and so they all changed. But
sure,
I'm thinking probably somewhere in the 45 to 55 range.
That's what I thought.
In that general range.
So you're going to firm up how do we move forward? Like a job description and an exact salary range for us?
Yes.
Will you have that maybe for the Friday board update?
Yeah, I can
okay,
do it quickly.
Great.
Yeah.
Anybody else have anything on this? Okay, sounds wonderful. Thank you so much, Mr. Stefanik.
Thank you.
Item E, which is recommended approval for the following positions pending proper certification and paperwork, which is?
Why are we doing that?
What?
Why are we doing that? Just kidding.
Gosh, you scared me. You got me good.
Good one, Mark.
Listen, it's 10 o'clock. Don't scare me like that.
I'm just trying to make sure everybody's paying attention.
Well, we're paying attention. Okay.
Got Melanie.
So.
You just said positions, and then I looked and I said, it's the same person's name. for me.
Okay, so we have Melanie Fox, you're on there twice, so we're looking for a motion and a second for the interim treasurer contract, and also just the treasurer contract.
So moved.
Second. Oh.
Moved and seconded by Mr. Patry and Mrs. Zakor. Is there any discussion?
I wanted to add this because I'm not against either contract. I was not a part of the meeting. I missed the meeting where there was the selection or recommendation for Melanie. So this isn't a personal thing, but I'm stating why I'm going to abstain on the vote.
Oh, okay.
I was not
Okay.
part of the meeting where the
The executive,
candidate was selected.
the executive session where it was
So-
discussed.
So, but I'm glad you're here, Melanie.
Any other discussion?
Yeah, I'm super happy. Welcome home. It's exciting.
Dave, we're ready for the vote.
Okay, Patry,
Yes.
Zakor,
Yes.
Dahl,
Yes.
Dunaway,
Yes.
Heatherly.
Abstain. Motion carries. Item F, resignations. Approval to accept the following resignations as per the agenda. Looking for a motion in a second.
I'll move.
I'll second. Mrs. Heatherly and Mrs. Dunaway. Any discussion?
Why are the certified ones effective 8/31 and not 7/31
Their contract runs through that. We run them on 9/1 to 8/31,
for teachers?
depending. Yes, if they start at the 1st of August and they go 8, it depends on when they start for the year. We don't pay them until the first pay in September normally.
Well, I know we don't pay them till then, but doesn't their contract run 8/1 to?
No, we've got it different. I told her she could look into all that.
Yeah.
That's weird.
Put that on your list.
I asked the
This is
same, I
fine.
asked the same
Cover the
question.
first day of school.
Yeah, I asked the
Yeah,
same
we
question.
always,
I saw
whatever the
dates.
first day is. So this is,
Payroll would be separate, but the contract.
yeah, the contract. Did you double check this with the contract language, Mr. Stefanik, of when their contract is?
No,
Because
I was just checking the effective date, and I asked, and Dave said that because that's when their payroll starts, and that's when the contracts.
So we would still pay out their last year's contract no matter when we started it, because they fulfilled that last year's contract. But don't they need to resign based on their contract date?
That's when it runs.
Are you okay?
Excuse me. I'm good.
No.
I'll do it myself.
As long as someone's still coughing, you never touch them.
All right.
Wrong pipe.
Well, I'd like to thank them for their service. They've been an asset to our district, all of them. Both the certified and the supplemental staff.
I'd like to thank them as well.
Thank you to all 5 listed employees. Any other discussion?
I just want to reiterate that I think that contract language in the state of Ohio is different than payroll language. So I'm not sure because that date extends into the next contract, because I think like ODE, I would have to resign from my position from my district by 7/31 to be held non-claimable, and then you guys couldn't, nobody could report me to the state.
Oh, I
This
see what
puts
you're
them
saying
into the
now.
next year.
I see what she's saying.
You don't have a signed,
But they
Yeah,
don't
I
have a
just
signed
think-
contract, Corinne.
excuse
They
me?
don't have a signed contract for next year, so
She's saying she wants to make sure they don't get into the
Right.
technicality area
You're
because
supposed to
of the
get
date.
automatically renewed.
I've never had an
Right.
issue with it before.
I've never noticed that we ever put 8. It's always been like the 7/31.
Or 8/1.
We can
Or
check,
8/1.
we can check next time I have Helen on the phone, I'll ask her that too.
Okay.
We just don't want someone to get in a technicality situation, so I understand your point.
I see what you're saying, and the date seemed odd to me as well,
Okay.
but we'll just check and see if it's something that needs to be revised. And then for any contracts that we have that we can just revise them.
Thank you.
So if you're one of the people watching this meeting tonight, we're gonna get this worked out. Do not be nervous.
Right.
We're gonna make it work. We will make it work, I promise. If there's no further discussion, Dave, we're ready for the vote.
Okay, Heatherly,
yes.
Dunaway,
Yes.
Dahl,
Yes.
Patrick,
Yes.
Zakor.
Yes.
Motion carries. Item G, 2020-2021 supplemental staff. Approval to accept the following supplemental staff for the 2021-21 school year. Looking for a motion in a second.
I'll move.
Second? I'll second. Mrs. Heatherly and Mrs. Dunaway. Any discussion?
So I brought this up to move it out of the consent agenda because it seems contrary, and, you know, it's contrary to item F. We just accepted the resignation for this employee.
Yeah.
So the great Dave, go ahead, Mr. Stone, you want to explain
I
it?
just wanted there to be an opportunity for an explanation.
Sure, right,
Yeah, accepted the resignation for next year.
right.
This is the junior class advisor for the year we're finishing. When the year started, Ms. Drayton was not approved as a junior class advisor, but there was a need to transition to her as a junior class advisor during this school year. So we're switching the supplement from the initial junior class advisor to Ms. Drayton for this school year. So the supplemental amount goes to Ms. Drayton as she finishes up this school year.
So the person that we approved for this assignment did not fulfill it, so that person's not getting the stipend.
Right.
At all.
Right.
So Ms. Drayton's getting the full stipend
Yes,
because she's done the work this year.
correct, right?
Correct.
Yes. Good to hear.
Thank
Yes.
you. Thank you,
Yes.
Ms. Drayton.
Yes.
Ready for the vote, Dave, if you're okay down there?
And prom was very nice.
Yes.
Heatherly,
Yes.
Dunaway,
Yes.
Dahl,
Yes.
Patrick,
Yes.
Zakor.
Yes. Motion carries. Item H, T grant acceptance. Recommend approval to accept $4,605.58 in grant dollars from the Tippecanoe Educational Endowment as per the agenda. Looking for a motion in a second.
I'll move.
Moved. Second.
Second.
Mrs. Heatherly and Mr. Patrick, is there any discussion?
Yes, I have a few questions. There is a program on here called Reading, Reading, Reading.
Okay.
And the one that I looked up says it uses level text and cueing systems to support reading comprehension and fluency in early readers. And I see that this program is going to be used by a first grade teacher. And my major concern with this is that it does not align with the science of reading. It does not support what we know about the brain science, and it actually doesn't help any student that's dyslexic or on the edge of needing reading recovery. So I don't see the benefit of putting a tool into any teacher's hands that's not based on the best research of how we teach students to read, because then when we do have better tools, and I was talking with Mrs. Junker and she said that you guys are looking into some phonics programs. It is so hard to say, give up this teacher and now use this because they have this. And it's so hard to get it back out of their classrooms. And then too, I have a passion for, dyslexia and students learning to read. And I can't support anything that doesn't follow the brain science and science of reading. So do you know if that's the same program that is the level text? It's based on cueing systems?
I don't know about the queuing systems, but they are books, and from the information I received that we had primary teachers and librarians that handpicked the titles to be used, in the summer program. So whether or not it was,
Do you know if those teachers have been trained in the science of reading or letters training or any training that helps them navigate from what we were all taught as teachers?
Yeah.
Those methodologies that were based on the best pedagogy that was available to us at the time, to this new transition to what we understand now and how that's going to look and feel different in the classroom. Do you know if they were trained before they picked those out?
I cannot answer that part. No, and I would say as a district, I think we're moving with our pilot program. We're moving into more knowledge about the science of reading, and our new curriculum person will be focused on setting up PD to advance that study.
And then I did also talk with you about period equity and how that is about the length in between periods to allow students the opportunity to go to the bathroom, for instance, those kind of opportunities, right?
No. No.
No.
What this is it's more about access to feminine health needs, resources at the present time. The setup is you either have to pay for resources in a bathroom machine, or you have to go to the clinic. And this was providing more resources in the general bathroom, so that if somebody is in section A of the high school, they don't have to go all the way across the building to get to the clinic if they need something.
Yeah.
And so it was providing resources, supplies.
Yeah, I love that.
Whatever they need. And this was an idea of a student to try to help out her peers.
That's awesome.
And so that's what that is. And again, I know there were some concerns about the name of the grant, but it really was a good-hearted, process by a student trying to help out some of her classmates.
Awesome.
Gotcha.
So I will have to abstain from this just because that one thing can't be removed and I can't.
Sure.
I can't.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I just wanted to explain that.
Does anybody else have any other discussion?
I'd like to thank T for their generosity.
Likewise.
Thank you to our Tippecanoe Educational Endowment. They're always very good to our district. I think we're ready for a vote, Dave.
Can I say something before the vote real quick?
Sure, yeah, we haven't voted yet, so go ahead.
Well, since we're under T, they are going to do the T Teacher of the Year presentation on June the 1st, Tuesday at 9 o'clock.
I thought it was June 2nd, June 1st.
No, Tuesday, yeah.
Wanted to make sure we're giving the right date.
So
Go ahead.
it starts at 9 o'clock. It's our end of the year celebration where we'll recognize staff for various things as well. But T does their Teacher of the Year process at that time. So
Is that at LT?
It's 9 a.m.,
no, it's at high school gym.
9 a.m. Dave.
9 o'clock, high school gym. Yes.
Tuesday, June 2nd. Oops.
June 1st.
Why do I keep saying that? Tuesday, June 1st. I have it on my phone. Tuesday, June 1st. Sorry, 9
Day after
a.m.
Memorial Day.
Tip High School
Gym.
Gym.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, sorry about that.
Heatherly,
Yes.
Patrick,
Yes.
Dahl,
Abstain?
Dunaway,
Yes.
Zakor.
Yes.
Motion carries. Item I. Motion to approve the service contract for fiscal year 2022 with the Montgomery County Educational Service Center.
No.
What?
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, looking for a motion in a second.
I'll move.
I'll second.
Moved and seconded by Mrs. Heatherly and Mrs. Zakor. Is there any discussion?
John, you're first.
No, I don't have a concern with it. You pulled it out of the consent agenda.
Right. Well, you motioned first, so I wanted to.
No, I just.
Okay. Yes, I do. This one, the Montgomery is about 300,000, and combined with the next item on there, 1.5, 1,500,000, we're looking at about 1,800,000 total. And one thing that jumped out at me, I'm just sticking with the Montgomery one right now. Let's see if I can find it in here. Okay, services on the first page. And it has curriculum supervision as well as gifted.
Yep.
Gifted instruction, gifted supervision. So with the advent of a exceptional children's coordinator,
right,
I feel that this, for that amount of money, for almost $2 million, both of these deserve a lengthier discussion. And I'm really not clear how cost effective it is for us to contract all this out versus in-house. And the thing that does jump out at me the most, the reason I got interested in this, if you look at the CUP report, the last item on there, I believe it's 61, and other expenditures. And I asked Mr. Stevens last year, what does that line entail? And he said ESC. And we are significantly above, way like 5 point something versus 1 point for similar districts and also for state. And so we're significantly ahead of our regional peers as well as state. And I think this warrants, again, for almost $2 million of taxpayers' money. I'm not comfortable approving this. If we have time on this, beginning July.
June 15th is our work session.
Okay, so yeah, beginning July 1st of 2021. So I would hope that we would have a more thoughtful and discussion and analysis of these contracts.
Did you scroll the last page of this contract?
I went through all of it, Dave.
The first part of the contract is just a general overview of all the services that they provide. Page 4 is the list of services that they're providing for us directly, including assessment, autism, hearing, low vision, and school psychologist and physical therapy. Okay, these are.
Yeah, I agree. Like, I really actually appreciate the way the Montgomery County one does it, because they're telling us, it's like a menu.
I love it.
This is what it is how much it costs you, this is what you're being charged for it. The Montgomery County, the Miami County one is harder to decipher, but the Montgomery County one, I have no problem
I like
approving today, because it is clearly identified what we're getting for what dollars.
It's like a restaurant menu.
Yes.
It's like, here's your bill, here's exactly what you're using. I love it.
So under gifted service, gifted supervision, now if we're hiring.
We're not paying them for any of those services.
Yeah, that's just the menu of what's available. Look at 4.
Page 4.
Page 4 has what we are actually using.
Are you on Montgomery County?
She has, yeah.
Montgomery.
Yeah,
Page 4.
Yeah, so what you pulled up was just, here is the menu of what.
Could you please tell me what page 4 looks like? It's
right here.
Because I'm.
Yeah, maybe yours is different. So that's what we're actually, okay, this is what we're actually using from them. Assessment, autism.
Okay. So
the thing
here
that,
again,
go ahead.
The gifted service, 675 is what, the rate?
Yes.
And so we haven't used that in 21 or
correct.
2021. Well, okay, what else do we have on here? The psychologist, is that on here?
Yeah, psychologist is 23,000.
And again, I
No,
remember.
school psychologist is 106.
106, sorry.
Actually, I have 132.
Go to the far right, that's what we're being charged.
Yeah, 106,296.
We're not using the full, we're using 0.80.
Okay, 106, that's fine, 106,000. So I remember the day when we had 2 full-time psychologists in this district. And now we have 0 full-time psychologists. And for this size of a district with 13% disabled population, I guess all I'm saying is I feel all of this warrants a little broader discussion in terms of where we are, where we're going for the cost.
Well, I'll just say we're currently contracting with the ESCs for, I think, 1.8 school psychologists. So we do have school psychologists on site.
Every day, they're here.
Isn't it 4 days a week? I think it's 4.
Somebody's here 5 and somebody's here 4.
Yeah.
And we are contracting with the ESC to provide those services.
Well, it may have changed since last year, because that's not the way I understood it. I thought that they were more or less PRN coming in as needed. I didn't realize that they're here.
They're here.
One of them, yeah, they have an office here, but a lot of the times they spend out in the school working with students.
So here's my question then. Why are we so much higher on item line 61, I believe, on the CUP report? What's driving us up significantly above the local districts and then the state average?
I don't know. We're contracting for services. We've got more kids in occupational therapy and physical therapy.
So that's all I'm saying. That's why I pulled it out. I thought it warranted a discussion.
It would be nice to have like on the Miami County one, like to Corinne's point, I like how Montgomery does our.
Well, the Miami's the 1.5.
Right, but my point is we don't know what we're paying for.
Exactly.
Yeah, so I like how Montgomery does it.
If I was spending $1,500,000, I think I just want a little more.
A little more detail. Okay. Any further discussion on item I?
So I
I'm
was
sorry, I'm sorry.
hoping to postpone this for further discussion for.
I don't think we have time to postpone this. These services are necessary. And I mean, that's a lot of hiring out. I mean, this is just an agreement for services. If we decide we don't want these services, we can tell them, never mind, we don't need this aid. They don't charge us for services if we don't use them.
Right.
I mean, a lot of right now is based on, for the Miami County contract, it's just continuing forward with the same services we have right now. As far as we know, none of our students are graduating that are currently using one-on-one aid services through the ESC. We're still continuing with the school psychologist, and a lot of the costs that we have for the Miami County ESC deal with behavioral health, where we have students that actually attend certain classrooms with the ESC class staff.
So, Mr. Stefani, when I thought that you said there was time to have a discussion on this for June, did I misunderstand that?
I said I was going to check with Dave. And when I checked with Dave, he said that it's more timely than not.
Oh, so it's due, we're at the end of May, so is it June 1st?
I've got both of them asking me, when are we getting back the signed contracts? Because they have to file them with ODE.
Gotcha.
And then those have to go in for the pass agreements. Again, if we decide not to use the service.
Yeah. The only thing we're approving is just to contract with them. So if we want to have a deeper conversation into, for instance, is it better to hire a school psychologist ourselves versus using the Montgomery County ESC? That's a conversation that I'm not denying you the opportunity to have. But for tonight, it's just the service agreement for the upcoming 2022 school year. We can't have, go ahead.
I would say that the school psych is one that we definitely.
I just pulled that out as an example.
It's hard to bring back in.
Yeah, I just pulled that out as an example.
And I just pulled that out as an example too. If you look at the Montgomery, yes, it is itemized. However, and that's the almost $300,000 contract. The Miami County ESC, it doesn't have that broken down.
Dave, can we get that?
That's the $1.5 million contract, and I just feel that it deserves a little more.
Yeah, I would like to see
transparency,
that.
if you will.
Do you think we could have it by the Friday board update?
I can give it to you now.
Oh, wow, great. I mean, I understand that we're only approving the contract, but that might help us as a core.
So what does that mean, we're only approving the contract?
It's a Montgomery County ESC Service Center service agreement.
Right.
So we're only agreeing to use them as a partner, but we're not signed up for $0 and we're not signed up for 1.8. We don't know what 2022 is going to look like. And especially because we don't have the detail of Miami County.
Actually, on item 3, it says based on the estimated cost of the services as provided above, the district agrees to pay the Montgomery County ESC the amount of $259,000. So it does seem that it does generate an agreement of payment. Now, whether or not that's refunded, I understand certain portions can come back.
That's what we view. Dave, I'll let you answer this because I don't pay the bills. So Mr. Stevens or Mr. Stefanik, do you want to answer that? We're paying.
This is so they can set up the pass-through agreement, which comes from our foundation on a monthly basis. If we feel that they're not going to use these services, well, like 2 years ago, we had to increase our pass-through amount by $350,000 due to some additional students that came into the district that were quite costly.
For nursing services.
Yeah.
Also, it says in the agreement under billing, upon request, if the actual cost for services and staffing provided to Tipp City is less than the estimated cost by the end of the fiscal year, Miami County Educational Service Center will refund to Tipp City the difference.
Yeah.
Right.
So that we're not obligated to pay them that just because it's on. I mean, they will refund us what we don't use.
Right, and to also be fair, the contrast to that is there have been previous years where Dave has come to us saying that we need to increase the contracted amount based on the services and the cost of services that are being referred to the folks in this contract. And so if you want to look at the process by which people students are referred for these services, that to me is a discussion for maybe a work session.
Right.
But I don't feel comfortable not having the continuity of both of these contracts in place.
And again, I was hoping to get greater insight as to why we are like almost 5 times higher in our expenditures and ESCs than our local districts and then the state average.
Okay.
I don't still have an explanation for that, so I'd be curious.
Melanie, do you think that's something that you could get an answer from Mrs. Zakor?
A further detailed breakdown and then the costs for
Well,
each
no,
service?
not really
or-
that, just what's driving it. I mean, it was like 5 point versus, did you pull up the cup?
If we see the bill detail,
It's
No,
been
that might help
attached
us.
and sent to you. all.
I'm trying to understand, not even so much finite information, I just like an explanation, why are our ESC costs so much higher than our surrounding communities and so much higher than the state average?
I would have to do some researching to get you the answer.
I'm kind of just curious what's going on that we're that much higher.
I think seeing the detail will help because there might be something that stands out to us. So thank you for sending that, Dave. So just sticking to the Montgomery one, because that one seemed a little more clear. Is there any further discussion on I? Dave, I think we're ready for the vote on I. Motion by Heatherly, seconded by Zakor.
Heatherly,
Yes.
Zakor,
Abstain.
Dahl,
Yes.
Dunaway,
Yes.
Patrick.
Yes.
Motion carries. Item J. Motion to approve the service contract for fiscal year 2022 with the Montgomery, wait a minute. It says Montgomery, it should say Miami.
No.
No. In the recommended action, it says Montgomery. It should say,
Just change it to Miami.
yeah, it just needs a typo. Did you get it, Dave? I'll reread it. Motion to approve the service contract for fiscal year 2022 with the Miami County Educational Service Center. Looking for a motion and a second.
I'll move.
I'll second.
Moved and seconded by Mrs. Heatherly and Mrs. Dahl. Is there any discussion?
I will say, and one thing that a lot of school districts, this is just my, from very little that I know, is it's easier to contract for certain things like psychs, like POTs and PTs and all those services, because they're really hard and really competitive positions to fill. And the more you are away from those, like Franklin County, Montgomery County, Hamilton County, the harder they are to find. So it's easier to be stable in those positions through hiring through an ESC. So the more positions we hire through an ESC like that might raise our cost. I don't know particularly if we hire at a greater rate through an ESC than those surrounding districts, but I'm imagining that might be one thing that's making our rate look higher.
Because they may be hiring the positions as an individual direct employee where we can't find that, or we don't have a need that they
And
need.
yeah, and they're like tapped into all those people. So if they move, if we need another one, because if we get students that have different needs, it's more fluid to go through them and quicker to fill the need for the student than to say, okay, now we gotta have a hiring event and now we gotta try and find a qualified person. And now we have to vet them. It's a lot easier to let the ESC help us in that manner so that the student gets the services as quickly as possible.
Well, and I think some of this is driven up too by the preschool special education screenings and the like, which I understand.
Well, preschool is separate. So preschool is gonna be different dollars and we get paid for the dollars through, like they actually pay us for classroom space.
No, but I'm saying in the contract for Miami County, it's in the
Yes,
preschool.
yeah.
Preschool education screenings, et cetera. Again, I'm just curious, it's a significant amount, 1.5 million.
Hey, Dave, real quick. There's still a typo. If you look under recommended action, it still says Montgomery County and it should.
I've changed it. I just haven't hit save yet.
Okay, thank you, because I refreshed my laptop twice. So thank you. I wasn't being nitpicky, I just didn't want to have to come
Try it
back and
again.
fix it later. Okay, thank you.
Try to refresh and see what he says.
All right, I couldn't get it to correct. Is there any further discussion? I think we're ready for a vote, Dave, and I will try to see if that refreshed.
Okay. Heatherly,
Yes.
Dahl,
Yes.
Dunaway,
Yes,
Patrick,
Yes.
Zakor.
Abstain.
David's still incorrect, but that's okay, as long as, okay, thank you.
Oh,
Do you see what I'm saying?
yep, I know what it is.
Okay, thank you.
I changed it on the meeting central unit or whatever.
Okay, so that recommended action line,
Yep, it's all
Okay.
right.
thank you. All right. Item 12, citizen comments. We've already done our 30 minutes of citizen comments, so we'll move on to 13 miscellaneous.
There's no one signed up for the second?
Nope.
There's no one out there. All right. We already did 30 minutes and we have a 30-minute.
It's
Just
done.
asking.
Anybody else on citizen comments? Are we good? Okay, 13 miscellaneous. A, upcoming meetings. The next work session will take place on Tuesday, June 8th, 2021 at the Board of Education beginning at 5 p.m.
Okay, well, I have a question about that, because I think there's two different dates listed. Is it
Yeah,
on
I
the
have-
15th or on the 8th?
I have the 15th.
On June
Now,
8th.
he's saying the 8th, the district
They
website
forgot.
says the
That was already
15th.
set up.
I have the 15th.
She's on vacation on the 8th of June.
Then through the 12th.
I have it should be the 15th, not the 8th.
Work session date anyways, I don't know where the 8th came from.
Okay, so that is June 15th.
Yes, not the 8th.
Even better, thank you.
Great. And the next regular board meeting will take place on Monday, June 28th, 2021 at the Board of Education, beginning at 6 p.m. Are we good on that? Okay, great. 14, adjournment. Looking for a motion and a second to adjourn.
Move.
Moved and seconded by Mrs. Zakor and Mrs.
You
Dahl.
gotta open your mouth.
I know, I just did this though.
Mrs. Zakor, and Mrs. Dahl. Ready for the vote? Yes.
Dahl.
Yes.
Dunaway,
Yes,
Heatherly,
Yes.
Patrick.
Yes.
It is 10:23 p.m.
meeting adjourned. Thank you.
Now you have to stop the meeting. I didn't show you what happens when you start the meeting. Brings up. There we go. It brings up the attendance. When you mark these here.
Good night, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.